Позиционирование. Так, ну сколько сейчас, 3:30? Ну хотя бы три бы урока сегодня закрыть хотя бы. Хотя бы 3. Это CSS функции еще. CSS функции здесь что-то читать много очень. Посмотрим. Посмотрим, как пойдет. Так, custom properties. Тоже много. Окей. By now you have had quite a bit of practice moving elements around on the screen using things like margin padding and flexbox. These techniques have all relied on CSS default positioning mode. The default position mode is intuitive and you will continue using it for almost all of your layouts needs. However, there are other methods at your disposal that can be very useful in some situations. You will learn how to use absolute positioning, you will learn how to use fixed positioning, you will learn how to use sticky positioning, you will know the difference between each property and how to combine them. Static and relative positioning. The default positioning mode that you have gotten used to is position static. The difference between static and relative is fairly simple. Static is the default position of every element, and properties top, right, bottom, and left do not affect the position of the element. Relative, on the other hand, is pretty much the same as static, but properties top, right, etc. displays the element relative to its normal position in the flow of the content of the document. The difference between static and relative. It's fairly simple. Static is the default position of every element, and properties top, right, bottom, and left do not affect the position of the element. Relative, on the other hand, is pretty much the same as static. But properties displays the element relative to its normal positioning in the flow of the document. Absolute positioning. Position absolute allows you to position something at an exact point on the screen without disturbing the other elements around it. More specifically, using absolute positioning on an element will remove the element from the normal document flow while being positioned relative to an ancestor element. To put it in simple terms, elements that are removed from the normal flow elements that are removed from the normal flow of the document don't affect other elements and are also not affected by other elements. Using absolute positioning allows you to position elements anywhere on the screen using top, right, below, left properties. This property is really useful when you want to position something at an exact point on the screen without disturbing any of other elements. A couple of good use cases for absolute positioning are models, image with a caption in it, icons on top of other elements. In the following example, we are using absolute positioning to display next over an image. Так. Card container. Card container class card image. Card body. Card heading. Card paragraph. Card container relative. Card image absolute. Card body absolute. Disclaimer: absolute positioning has very specific use cases, and if possible, using flexbox or grid should be prioritized. Absolute positioning shouldn't be used to do entire page layouts. Fixed positioning. Fixed elements are also removed from the normal flow of the document and are positioned relative to the viewport. You basically use top, right, bottom, and left properties to position it, and it will stay there as the user scrolls. This is especially useful for things like navigation bars and floating chat buttons. Sticky elements will act like normal elements until you scroll past them. Then they start behaving like fixed elements. They're also not taken out of the normal flow of the document. It might sound confusing, but checking out the behavior of this example might clear things up for you. It's useful for things like section headings. Remember being able to see to still see what category you are looking at while scrolling through a shop. This is how it's done. Uh, a good visual representation of different position behaviors. Какой же гениальный мув. Боже, как же он жестко придумал. Ой, боже. Фиксит. А где фиксит? Nice. Блин, а зачем? Не хочу это все читать. The position says property sets how an element is positioned in a document. The top, right, bottom, and left properties determine the final location of positioned element. Static relative global value. Static element's position according. Relative the element is positioned according to the normal flow of the document, and the offset relative itself owns the value of top, right, bottom, and left. The offset does not affect the position of any other element. And thus, the space given for the element in the page layout is the same as position, where static. The value stack creates a new stacking contact when the value of the index is not auto. It's fact on a table group, table row, table column, table cell, and table caption elements is undefined. Absolute. The element is removed from the normal document flow and no space is created for the element in the page layout. It is positioned relative to its closest positioned ancestor, if any. Otherwise, it is placed relative to the initial containing block. Its final position is determined by the values of top, right, bottom, and left. This value creates a new stacking context when the value of the index is not out. The margins of absolutely positioned boxes do not collapse with other margins. The element is removed from the normal document flow and no space is created for the element in the page layout. It is positioned relative to the initial containing block established by the viewport, except when one of its ancestors has a transform, perspective, or filter property set to something other than none. See the or the will change property is set to transform, in which case that ancestor behave as a containing block. Note that there is broader inconsistencies with perspective and filter contribution to containing block information. Its final position is determined by the value of top, right, bottom, and left. This value always creates a new stacking context. In printed documents, the element is placed in the same position on every page. The element is positioned according to the normal flow of the document and then offset relative to its nearest scrolling ancestor and containing block. Nearest block level ancestor. Including tabular related elements based on the value of top, right, bottom, and left. The offset does not affect the position of any other elements. This value also creates a new stacking context. Note that the sticky element sticks to its nearest ancestor that has a scrolling mechanism created when overflow is hidden, scroll auto, or overlay, even if that ancestor isn't the nearest actually scrolling ancestor. A position element is an element whose computed position value is either relative, absolute, fixed, or sticky. Anything except static. A relative positioned element is an element whose computed position value is relative. As the top and bottom property specify the vertical offset from its normal position. The left and right properties specify the horizontal offset. The relative positioned element is an element whose computed position value is relative. The top and bottom properties specify the vertical offset. Positions. An absolute position element is an element whose computed position value is absolute or fixed. Containing block. The containing block is the ancestor relative to which the element is positioned. If the element has margins, they are added to the offset. The element establishes a new block formatting context. A sticky positioned element is an element whose computed position. A sticky positioned element is an element whose computed position value is sticky. It's treated as relative positioned until its containing block crosses a specified threshold, such as setting top to value other than auto. Within its flow root or the container it scrolls within, at which point it is treated as stuck until meeting the opposite edge of its containing block. Most of the time, absolute positioned elements that have height and the width set to auto are sized so as to fit their contents. However, non-replaced, absolutely positioned elements can be made to fill the available vertical space by specifying both top and bottom and leaving height unspecified. That is auto. They can likewise be made to fill the available horizontal space by specifying both left and right and leaving width as auto. Except for the case just described of absolutely positioned elements. Привет, мир прямо между булочек, привет. Except for the case just described of absolutely positioned elements filling the available space. If both top and bottom are specified, ой, чё у тебя, как дела? If both left and right are specified, left wins when direction is LTR, English horizontal Japanese, and right wins when direction is RTL. Position arms feeling. If both top and bottom are specified, technically not auto. Top wins. If both left and right specified, left wins. Ensure that elements positioned with an absolute or fixed value do not obscure other content when the page is zoomed in to increase text. Наверное, он проходил сегодня оператор и spread и rest. Я еще таких не приходил. Это я знаю. Нет. Конкретно их у меня типа не было в курсе, как какого-то задания или лекции, но пришлось их выучить в процессе решения задач. Ну, не то, что выучить, а так ознакомиться на самом деле. Ensure that elements positioned with an absolute or fixed value do not obscure other content when the page is zoomed to increase text size. Position elements are offsets a given amount from their normal position within the document but without the offset affecting other elements. In the example below, note how the other elements are placed as if two were taken up the space of its normal location. What? Elements that are relative positioned remain in the normal flow of the document. It constructs an element that is absolutely position is taken out of the flow. Those other elements are positioned as if it did not exist. The absolute positioned element is positioned relative to its nearest positioned ancestor. Is the nearest ancestor that is not static. Elements that are relative positioned remain in the normal flow of the document. In contrast, an element that is absolutely positioned is taken out the flow. Those other elements are positioned as if it did not exist. The absolutely positioned element is positioned relative to its nearest positioned ancestor. The absolutely positioned element is positioned, как это читать правильно? Positioned. А у меня последние две темы остались: деконструктивизация и объект date. После этого я перейду к верстке и дому. Хоть поделай что-то интересное, а то от консоли уже устал. Да, жестко. Ой, боже. Верстка мне понравилась. Мне что-то прикалывает делать всякие вот эти вот визуал этот весь. Elements positioned as they do not exist. The absolutely positioned element is positioned relative to its nearest positioned ancestor. The nearest ancestor that is not static. If a positioned ancestor doesn't exist, it is positioned relative to the ICB, initial containing block, which is the containing block of the document's root pointer. Удовольствие, можно хоть пивом накачаться, все равно пойдет наладить. Нормально ты. Да. Ой. Ты сладенькое на потом оставил, да. Fixed positioning is similar to absolute positioning, with the exception that the element's containing block is the initial containing block established by the viewport, unless any ancestor has transformed perspective or filter properties set or something. Так. Fixed positioning is similar to absolute positioning, with the exception that the element's containing block is the initial established by the viewport, Unless any ancestor has transform, perspective, or filter property set to something other than none, which then causes the ancestor to take the place of the elements containing block. Я потом тебе скажу, сколько литров пива можно поглощать нормально. Мучение. Давай. Ой. Мы как-то, когда с другом на заводе работали, и у нас были 12-часовые смены, а это ультра сложно, и еще когда работа такая, ну, однотонная, 12 часов просто длились вечность. И у нас была идея как-то перейти на работу пьяными, типа напиться и пьяным поработать, типа вдруг время быстрее пройдет и веселее. Но мы что-то побоялись, типа вдруг уволят. Ой. This can be used to create a floating element that stays in the same position regardless of scrolling. Example below, box 1 is fixed at 80 pixels from the top of the page and 10 pixels from the left. Even after scrolling, it remains in the same place relative to the viewport. It also when the will change property is set to transform is established. 12 много. Ну, не сказать бы на самом деле, что нормально. Но на самом деле мало. На самом деле мало. Сколько? Что-то 500-600 долларов в месяц чистыми. То есть, ну, учитывая, что нам за квартиру нужно было платить, за еду, то чистыми выходило 500-600 долларов. Да, где-то так. Мы с другом после первого курса на каникулах, типа, не было чем заняться. И там, типа, у его знакомая его мамы, типа, ну, уезжала в Польшу, ну, на этот завод. Тина нам предложила, не хотите на пару месяцев съездить. Ну, мы так съездили. Экспириенс, конечно, ну, невероятный. Было очень весело. Стики. Sticky position can be thought of as a hybrid of relative and fixed positioning, when its nearest scrolling ancestor is the viewport. A sticky position element is treated as relative position until it crosses a specified threshold, at which point it is treated as fixed until it reaches the boundary of its parent, for example. The both successor rule would position the element with ID 1 relatively until the viewport was scrolled such that element would be less than 10 pixels from the top. Beyond that threshold, the element would be fixed to 10 pixels from the top. Common use for sticky positioning is for the headings in alphabetized list. The beheading will appear just below the items that begins with A until they're scrolled off screen. Rather than sliding off screen with the rest of the content, the B heading will then remain fixed to the top of the viewport until all the B items have scrolled off screen, at which point it will be covered up by the C heading, and so on. You must specify a threshold with at least one of top, right, bottom of or left. You must specify the threshold with at least one of top for sticky positioning to behave as expected. Otherwise, it will be indistinguishable from relative positioning. Это нужно, кстати, выписать. Где у нас что? CSS Positioning. Я наконец-то начал учить английский. Я скачал приложение на телефон, словарь с 1000 часто использованных слов на английском. Там идет озвучка слова, потом это слово должен написать по буквам и добавляется словарь как изученное. 1000 слов выучить, это пока самая простая часть обучения. Хорош. Красава. Английский надо учить. Ну, правильно. Надо начинать с малого. Знаю, как сейчас людям не надо за такое банят на Твиче. Хорош. Все равно тут без оскорблений. Так, я же вот это... стики. Ты понял, что я написал? Даже не знаю. Так. Это я уже прочитал. Но я думаю, все равно так на Твиче лучше к ним не обращаться. Кажется, им не понравится. Let's talk about the position property. I know beginners are curious about this. Here's a question I got recently. I'm fairly into web design and haven't mastered the difference in position of elements. I know there is absolute, fixed, and relative. Are there any others? Also, do they majority differ? And the when should I use which? Не, ну это я с уважением в шутку так обратился, я же могу так своему темноку. Но к нему да. К нему да. Че, у тебя есть какие-то темные друзья? That's more static, which is the default, and sticky. Меня вообще темнокожий человек как-то раз назвал снеговиком. Темных нет, но я к ним нормально отношусь. А где ты нашел черного чела, который тебя снеговиком называл? Чат рулетки. Short answer. There are two more: static, which is default, and sticky, which is a whole fancy thing. Yes, all of these majorly differ. Each of them is incredibly useful, and which you should use, of course, depends on the desired result. Блин, здесь по-любому написано то же самое. A different insight on the topic. Okay. Static, this is default for every single page element. Different elements don't have different default values. Я там прикалывался, попался темнокожий чел, который немного знал русский. Он сказал: «С дорогой, снеговик». Его прямая цитата. Я под столом валялся. Шесть. Ну, они так называют белых людей. Что-то по тому же типу, что ты их черной шоколадкой назвал. А, And this is default for every single page element. Different elements don't have different default values for positioning. They all start out as static. Static doesn't mean much, it just means that the element will flow into the page as it normally would. The only reason you would ever set an element to position static is to forcefully remove some positioning that got applied to an element outside of your control. This is fairly rare, as positioning doesn't cascade. Relative. This time positioning is probably by the most confusing and misused. What it really means is relative to itself. If you set position relative on an element but no other positioning attributes, it will have no effect on its positioning at all. It will be exactly as it would be if you left it as position static. But if you do give it some other positioning attribute, say top 10, it will shift this position 10 pixels down from where it would normally be. I'm sure you can imagine the ability to shift the element around based on its regular position is pretty useful. I find myself using this to line up form elements many times that have a tendency to not want to line up how I want them. There are two other things that happen when you set position relative, one element that you should be aware of. One is that it introduces the ability to use the index. Ability to use the index on the element, which doesn't work with statically positioned elements. Even if you don't set a z index value, this element will now appear on top of any other statically positioned elements. You can fight it by setting a higher z index value statically positioned element. The other thing that happens is its limits to scope of absolutely positioned child elements. Any element that is child of the relatively positioned element can be absolutely positioned within that block. The other thing that happens is it limits the scope of absolutely positioned child elements. Any element that is child of the relatively positioned element can be absolutely positioned within that block. This brings up some powerful opportunities, which I'll talk about here. Nice. М, И fixed, да. Is removed. Мгм, понял. Так, это сюда, это сюда. Чем оно мне красным все подчеркивает? Так, окей. Absolute. Кстати, ты уже научился осознанно называть функции. Название функции должно точно... Да-да-да. Если именно теряюсь. Да, это да. Ты сразу объяснили, когда до дела до функции дошло. Мгм. This very powerful type of position that allows you to literally place any patch element exactly where you want it. You use the position attributes to left, bottom, and right to set any location. Remember that these values will be relative to the next parent element with relative or absolute positioning. If there is no such parent, it will default all the way back up to the HTML element self, meaning it will be placed relative to the page itself. The trade-off. У меня многие функции называются жестко. Ты на русском пиши транскрипты. The trade-off and most important things to remember but absolute positioning that these elements are removed from the flow of elements on the page. An element with this type of positioning is not affected by other elements and it doesn't affect other elements. This is a serious thing to consider every time you use absolute positioning. Its overuse or improper use can limit the flexibility on your site. Давай, давай. Удачи тебе там. And relative is no such parent. Uh, Ой, я знаю. Стики. Стики. Вот так сделаю. Especially according to the normal flow. Sticky. Normal flow. Relative normal flow. Так, relative normal flow. Дальше у нас absolute. Absolute. Mm, removed. Removed from normal flow. Так, you use the position attribute that data. Так, почему оно красным вот это подчеркивает? Что это? Нет, делить не надо. Fix it. Element is positioned relative to the viewport or the web browser window itself. The viewport doesn't change when the window is scrolled, so a fixed positioned element will stay right where it is when the page is scrolled. This might be used for something like a navigation bar that you want to remain visible at all times, regardless of the page scroll position. The concern with fixed position is that it can cause situations where the fixed elements overlaps content such as that is inaccessible. The trick is having enough space to avoid that. There's a nice number that gets you past the header. The problem you click a jump link like something like is it totally fine until you have positioned fixed header at the top of the page obscuring the header you're trying to link to. Fixed headers have a nasty habit of hiding the element you're trying to link to. There used to be all kinds of wild hacks to get around this problem. The design of CSS tricks is right. I was like, screw it, I just have a big generous padding top on my in article header because I don't mind that look anyway. But there's actually a real straightforward way of handling this in CSS now. We have an Almanac article on it, which includes browser support, which is essential everywhere. It's often talked about in conjunction with scroll snapping, but I found this use case even more practical. H3. And that weird but cool text fragment linked at Chrome snip takes you to the middle of the page instead is nice. Scroll margin top. Mm. Fix it. Fix it у нас что? Is removed from the normal document flow. Sticky position is really unique. A sticky element will just sit there like a static element, but as you scroll past if its parent element has room, usually extra height, the sticky element will behave as if it's fixed until that parent element is out of room. It sounds weird in words like that, but it's easy to see what's happening in the demo. Okay. Finally, this article discusses the difference between fixed and sticky positioning. It's a great read to understand the difference better. Шесть. Что-то глаза начали так жестко уставать. Position fixed with position sticky. Position fixed has been a staple. Главный продукт of CSS for a long time now, and it's cert as well. More recently, we have been treated with position sticky. Both of them are really similar, but there are some important differences. This post will be looking at the differences as well as the use cases for each. The differences between sticky and fixed. Position fixed generally means fixed to the viewport. You tell it where the position itself, and it stays there as the user scrolls. It is out of the flow of the rest of the document. There are some edge cases where it isn't fixed to the viewport. This can be a real pain if you run into the issue, though I think it would be somewhat rare. The MDN outline them if you are interested. Так, чё? I'm fixed. Что вообще происходит? Margin with big box hover. Почему он так себя ведет? On the other hand, sticky scrolls along like anything else until it reaches the offset that you set. At that point, it acts like it's fixed. There's a catch though, it must stay within its containing block, its parent. When that containing block scrolls off the page, it lives with it. That can cause some problems, but when you know how to use it properly, it can open some doors. Here are the both of them in action, which should help clarify the difference. Okay. Sticky scrolls along. As there's a cage though, it must stay. Мы сохраним. Так, when to use fixed. So with that in mind, we want to use fixed when it must always be on the same place on the page at all times. It simply doesn't move. Be careful with fixed though. Using it takes the element out of the document flow. Visitors to your page can see it, but as far as the rest of the content on the page is concerned, it isn't there. That means it can potentially cover some elements, hiding them from view. Sometimes it's not a big deal on desktop, but when you hit mobile and screen real estate is limited, this can cause problems. You want to use sticky when you want something to scroll into view and then top once it reaches, and the top one it reaches a certain point. In the past, I've had to use JavaScript to do this. It's amazing that we can do it with CSS now and that it's so simple to use. Keep in mind that it stays within its parent, so when the parent scrolls off, it's gone. This isn't an issue if the parent is the body, but the rest of the time you might not get the effect. Понял. Так, okay. What's the difference between static and relative position? Static это дефолтная позиция. Это дефолтная позиция, а relative можно двигать с помощью top, left и bottom. И также relative и также relative остается в document flow. Так, what is absolute positioning useful for? Для размещения каких-то элементов поверх чего-то, не нарушая document flow. What's the difference between fixed and sticky positioning? Fixed остается на месте при скролле, потому что он фиксирован относительно вьюпорта, а также он находится вне document flow. А sticky остается в document flow и остается на экране при скролле, но только до того момента, пока не закончится parent element. CSS functions. Чуть с глазами, что не так болят? Yeah. You may have noticed that some property values. Здесь есть светлая тема? You may have noticed that some property values you have worked with in CSS have a slightly different syntax. When the value is a word followed by a pair of parentheses containing information between them, as in background color RGB, you're using CSS functions. This lesson will cover the basics of what a function is and some common ways they are used in CSS. Recognize the basic parts of a CSS function. Learn about the calc, min, max, and clamp functions and how to use each one. What is a function and how they are used in CSS. Similar to programming languages, functions in CSS are reusable pieces of code which perform specific tasks. Functions are passed arguments between parentheses, each of which is used by the function in a specific way. Some common examples are background linear gradient. Here the value of color is the function RGB, which accepts arguments in the form of numbers. It processes those numbers to calculate the RGB color corresponding to the three values given. Similarly, the background property has a value of linear gradient. Linear gradient generates a gradient image using the parameters it's been given. It needs at least two color arguments, color to transition between. Additionally, you can set the angle of direction of the gradient line, like we have done in example. Add more color value, etc. Unlike programming languages you will use in taupe, the Alien project, CC does not allow us to create our own functions. Instead, the language comes bundled with a list of pre-made functions that will help you solve the most common styling problems. Besides defining colors, there are several CSS functions that are useful when designing a website's layout and sizing. This because these become important when thinking about responsive design. Let's go over a few of these functions. Calc, min, max, and clamp. The most powerful use cases for calc include max mixing units, the ability to nest. Calc на var. Что такое var? Header плюс var footer. Ничего себе. Ничего себе. Take a look at how calc is being used here. Header, footer, привет, Невдарик. Header, footer, and main are all examples of CSS variables. You will learn about this in the next lesson. Можешь написать? Зачем? Ты скажи зачем? бота... Угу. А что за бот? Что он делает? О, привет, спасибо за рейд. Всем привет. Блин, какая же классная гифка на этом, на алерте. Да, так, потихоньку, помаленьку. С функции учим. Я учу функции, а NevDirect тестирует бота. Так. У меня сейчас жестко. А что там случилось? Че там? Что-то страшное? Setting main to equal. Моя неопытность. Нифига себе неопытность. Привет from Brazil. Hello. Привет. Ну я в фронте лох. Чё себе? Как так? Как раз... А, давай. Прям полностью? Окей, давай. Это... Терика. Его пока нет. Если что-то нужно. Ему в личку. Хорош. Сначала ты хромакей купил. Кстати, да. В натуре. Похоже. Так, а что там с этим View? Чем он тебя обидел? Ой, надо по-другому. Пробел хотя бы поставить. Да там так не расскажешь, да. А если так? Ты ему... О, хорош. А что этому боту в личку можно писать? И если бота отмечать в чате, то он будет запоминать сообщения, которые ему написали. Так, не будет запоминать тогда. Тогда в чем прикол секретаря? Setting main to equal the outcome of... Кстати, видос не вышел. Да мы с этим, с Крипером поссорились. Надо придумать, чтобы он реагировал на тег. Да, блин. Чел деньги не платил. Обманул меня. Да. Теперь ясно, почему ты на вебку собираешь. Так и живем. Setting main to equal the outcome. To put it another way, main равно is kind of the math for us, even though we are mixing VH, RAM, and PX units. Combined with the CSS variables, Cal can save us the headache of repeating CSS rules. Не понял, это я и так могу, что ли, написать? To put it another way. You should be able to grasp понять how calc is used in the above CodePen embed. I encourage you to play around with different units and size of the elements to see what result you get before moving on. The above is just an example of how calc can affect a layout, but keep in mind that calc is likely not the best way to go about it. We'll talk about more layouts in the future lessons. Давай, приятного аппетита. Min does an excellent job of helping us create responsive websites. Take a look at this example. To create responsive websites. Не понял. Focus on this line. Теперь попробуем. Focus on this line with. We can make several observations. If there are a lot to the image, it will take up one if there are nodes available, the image will switch to 100% of the parent width. Это прикольно. Image will switch. In the first case, min selects since is smaller at the minimum between on the parent width. In the second, it chooses 100%, behaves as a boundary for the maximum allowed value, which in this example is 150 pixels. Нельзя так сделать, что если сообщение содержит имя, то выдается команда. You are able to do basic math inside a min, for example. Наверное, нельзя так сделать, что если сообщение содержит имя, почему нельзя? Почему нельзя? Ну как-то же, ну оно же Типа, как работает? Оно проверяет или... Ну... Но как ты сделал, что оно просто на твой ник выписывает, именно если один тег, типа команда? Ну, а как ты сделал, что если оно, ну, что оно проверяет или а, сообщение содержит твой ник? If message. Ну, так а ты сделай через этот, как он называется? А, забыл. Через методы, чтобы оно проверяло, или в сообщении есть Derek. Не просто через равно, а через метод. Что тут есть? Search a string for value or regular expression. Вот, через регулярное выражение. Или find еще есть, кстати. Нет, да, find это походу для этого. Для массива. Search a string for a value or regular expression and result. Это индекс. Ты тут вообще? Типа, почему ты так не можешь сделать? Типа, оно будет проверять if... ну, типа, вот твой message, потом ты делаешь result message.match твой ник, и потом ты проверяешь, типа, if result равно Derek, оно выдает сообщение в чат. Видишь, так оно не выдает, потому что такого оно не находит. Да, надо пробовать. We can make several observations if... Это очень прикольно. Max works the same way as min. only in reverse. It will select the largest possible value from within the parentheses. You can think of max as ensuring a minimum allowed value for a property. Consider the following property of a given element. From this list of given size, max will select the largest one, as long as for EM or 50% results in a length longer than 100 pixels. Max will select the bigger one of them. If there is smaller than 100 pixels, maybe as a cause of users' font size preferences or their browser's window size or zoom level. Then 100 pixels. Скажи, ты знаешь язык программирования C? Привет. Ну, нет. Нет, не знаю. Знаю какие-то просто базовые вещи и все. Такие самые прям ультраначальные. Но в общем нет. Так, где я остановился? Так, then 100 pixels will win out at the largest. You can think of 100 pixels in this example as a guard value. Width here won't ever be set to less than 100 pixels. Взял, короче, свое мясо на пробу, буду тушить. Ну, соевое мясо, кстати, прикольное. Ну, точнее, я ел, я не знаю, ли это соевое мясо. Я ел, они, как знаешь, они такие круглые шарики, как губка. Вот такое я ел. Да, но я не знаю, в чем прикол. Я тоже удивился от этого количества. Я не знаю, в чем прикол, но я не нашел ни одно видео, где эти качкобусы говорили ешьте сою вместо курицы. Все говорят ешь курицу, яйца, творог. Но я ни разу не видел, чтобы кто-то говорил сою. Я не понимаю, почему. Типа, если в ней столько белка. Но возможно из-за того, что это типа не животный белок. У меня такая теория. Да, 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 да. И я не наедался. Все еще полно других. Да, да, да. Соя. Мясо. Да, такое ел, да. И как ты его будешь тушить? Я, честно говоря, ну, оно не то, что, ну, оно вкусное, прикольно, но я им вообще не наедался. Мне ультра мало было его. Оно слишком мало этих поинтов голода убирает. Я его, короче, брал, как я делал, вкусно получалось. Брал типа шампиньоны, лук, э, шампиньоны, лук и кукурузу, обжаривал это, потом закидал эту штуку соевым соусом и тушил в соевом соусе. Это ультра топ было. Сначала в кипятке 10... Да-да-да, еще в кипятке. Мультиварку. Да, найс. Но я от нее отказался. Я не наедаюсь ею, и куриную грудку намного дешевле покупать на самом деле. Но куриная грудка невкусная, это пипец. Куриная грудка это просто жесть. And the max function is most useful when the viewing window is either exceptionally small or the user increases the content size by using the browser zoom feature. You may not find a lot of user for max at first, but it is a good tool to be aware of for projects where accessibility is important. Еще не жарю. Соевый соус очень соленый. Жесть. Она вкусная, только грудка. Если ее сразу съесть после приготовления. Потому что потом нагревать куриную грудку, это, ну, это смерть, реально. Она очень невкусная становится. Я соевый соус, блин, люблю. Если его добавлять во время приготовления еды, то типа я его вместо соли просто добавляю. И он еще свой вкус, своим вкусом еще дополняет еду. Is a great way to make elements fluid and responsive. Clamp takes three values. The smallest value, ideal value, and the largest value. The clamp CSS functions uses these values to set the smallest value, ideal value, and largest value. In the above example, this would mean the smallest accessible font size would be 320 pixels, and the largest would be 60 RAM. The ideal font size would be 80 view width. А как ты курицу готовил? Я курицу это беру 1,5 кило куриной грудки, а потом 1,5 килограмма, нет, не 1,5, 800 грамм замороженных овощей. Беру кастрюлю, закидываю туда овощи, они пока размораживаются в этой кастрюле. Ну, соответственно, кастрюля нагретая стоит на газу. Овощи размораживаются. Я туда добавляю масло, закидываю курицу. А курицу я перед этим типа нарезал маленькими кусочками, приправами, специями закинул всякими. Когда овощи разморожились, я закидываю туда курицу, немного воды кипятка наливаю. А потом 8 ложек столовых соевого соуса, соль, перец еще так немного, и все, оно там 20 минут тушится, и кайф, и на неделю хватает. Либо тушу с грибами, луком, либо запекаю в собственном соку, и там предварительно мариную в горчицу, она тогда очень нежная. Угу. Надо будет попробовать. Либо запекаю. Но запекать мне лень в духовке будет, с этой духовкой еще мучиться. Говоришь, предварительно мариную в горчицу. Надо будет попробовать. А долго ты ее маринуешь? Complete list of all CSS functions and how they are used, so you have an idea what's possible. Нифига себе. Нифига себе. Пару часов в идеале. Жесть. Это жестко. Так. Сейчас. Functions list. Ну, ты просто типа в горчицу и все, или еще какие-то специи прикольные, может. Потому что я купил какую-то баночку смеси Вроде прикольная. Специи немного, они в целом диетические. Мгм. Так а специи ж не вредные, типа. Они же для диеты никакой роли не играют. Скилл, ладно, это понятно. А, соль задерживает воду в организме, это неприятно. Что более нейтральный взял. Мгм. Ну да, насчет соли, да. Это да. Так. With responsive design evolving and becoming increasingly nuanced, CSS itself is constantly evolving, providing authors increased control. The min, max, and clamp functions, now supported in all modern browsers, are among the latest tools in making authoring websites and apps more dynamic and responsive. When it comes to flexible and fluid typography, controlled element resizing, and maintaining proper spacing, min, max, and clamp can help. The math function calc, min, max, and clamp allow mathematical expressions with addition, plus subtraction, multiplication, and division to be used as component values. Mhm. Usage. Parent window width, CSS min function. The main function selects a value based on a list of optional. You can use. Еще и поиграться. Как сбоку достать? То есть оно пытается сохранить эти паддинги, да? Нет, тут нет никаких паддингов. Все, я понял. Он пытается сохранить 50%. Мгм, я понял. You can use min, max, and clamp on the right hand side of any CSS expression where it would make sense. For min and max, you provide an argument list of values. And the browser determines which one is either the smallest or largest, respectively. For example, in this case of min Один RAM 50% the browser calculation, which of these relative units is the smallest, and uses the value as the actual value. Mhm. Selects the largest value from a list of comma-separated expressions. Okay. To use clamp, enter three values: a minimum value, ideal value, from which to calculate, and maximum value. Any of these functions can be used anywhere. A length, frequency, angle, and angle, time, percent. Integer is allowed. You can use this on their own in conjunction with calc or compost. Нифига себе. When using calculation side of a min, max, and clamp function, you can remove the call to calc. For example, writing font size max would be the same as. Nice, nice, nice. Select the smallest, most negative value from a list of comma-separated expressions. Надо принтскрин сделать. Так, это сюда. Ты отстань. Ты на приколе что ты делаешь? Иди. Так. The perfect width. According to Elements at the Perfect Style by Robert Brinkhurst, anything from 45 to 75 characters is widely regarded as a satisfactory length of line for a single column page set in serifed text face and text size. To ensure that your text blocks are not narrower than 45 characters or wider than 75 characters, use clamp and the ch zero width character advanced units. This allows for the browser to determine the width of the paragraph. It will set the width to 50% unless 50 is smaller than 45%, at which point 45 inches will be selected, and vice versa for 50% is wider than 75 inches. In this demo, the card itself is getting clamped. Так, clamp. Clamps a value between an upper and lower bound based on a set ideal value. Minimum value, deal value from which calculate the maximum value. Okay. You could break this up with just the min or max function if you want the element to always be at 50% width and not exceed 75 inches in the width on a larger screen. Right, with 75 inches 50% is this essentially set the max size by using the min function. By the same token, you can ensure a minimum size for legible text using the max function that would look like width. Here the browser selects whichever is larger, 45 inches or 50%, meaning the element must be at least 45 inch or larger. Padding management. Using the same concept as above, where the min function can set a max value and max sets a min value, you can use max to set minimum padding size. This example comes from CSS tricks where reader Kalua de la Kerda Pataka shared this idea. The idea is to enable an element to have additional padding at larger screen sizes, but maintaining a minimum padding at smaller screen sizes, particularly on the inline padding. To achieve this, use calc and subtract the minimum padding from either side. Var or use max. Altogether, it looks like padding. Ага, сверху снизу блок padding, а по бокам по бокам либо 2 рема, либо 50% view width минус content. Ой, не понял. Паддинг чего делает? Set a minimum padding for a component using the max. Footer. Это паддинг. Лол. Мгм. Жестко. Content with padding. 2 рема сверху. И max 2 рем, либо 50 view width. Минус. И поделить на 2 еще. Чебанут. А зачем делить, если можно написать просто 200? Привет, Мимбл, привет. Верни, почему она не работает? От переменных удобнее работать. Ну вот, я тоже так думаю. Ты знаешь, что значит число 400? Если поменяешь переменную, остальные значения тоже подстроятся. А, я понял. То есть, то есть это не про... Ага, я понял. Я думал, это просто типа заданная переменная, но она типа ничего ни на что не влияет. Я понял, что влияет. In order to enable fluid typography, popularized a technique that uses the clamp function to set the minimum font size, maximum font size, and all of the free scaling from min to max. Это чисто из удобства. Понял. With clamp, you can write this more clearly rather than requiring a complex string. The browser can do the work for you. Set the maximum acceptable font size, for example, 1,5 rem for a title, maximum size 3 rem, and ideal size 5 view width. Now we get typography that scales with the viewport width of the page until it reaches the limit minimum and maximum values in a much more succinct line of code. Succinct. Limiting how large text can get with max or clamp can cause a VCAG failure under because the user may be unable to scale the text to 200 of its original size. Be certain to test the result with Doom. Font size. Так, минимальное, идеальное и максимальное. Минимальное, идеальное, максимальное. Если здесь 30 рэм. Мгм. Прикольно. These S math functions min-max and clamp add are very powerful, well supported, and could be just what you're looking for to help you build responsive UIs. For more resources, check out. Да, вот это прикольная тема. Блин, же здесь чел расписал все. Жестко. Здесь что? Тоже жестко. А, надо сохранить. Fluid typography. Nice. Так, this section this video use a overview of these functions. Specific use cases for all four functions, including color palette generation, background size, responsiveness, and accessibility. Окей. Угу. Это мы уже прочитали. Так. Uh, these are currently 4 well-supported math functions in CSS. I have found each of them to be extremely useful in my daily work. This CSS function can be used in perhaps unexpected ways, such as within gradients and color functions and in combination with CSS custom properties. We'll run the syntax for each, view basic demos of their functionality and explore practical use cases. Calc. Practical purpose of calc: performing basic math operation with the ability to interpolate between unit types. This math function has the longest cross-browser support of the 4 functions we are exploring. It has a wide range of uses for any time you would like to be able to do client-side math with your styles. For example, you may want something to take up most of the viewport height except the height of the navigation. For this purpose, you can mix units to pass a relative view height unit with an absolute pixel unit. As the viewport resizes or a user visits a larger or smaller devices, the value of 100 view heights will dynamically update, and therefore so will the calculation. The benefit of calc is allowing you to avoid either hard coding a range of magic numbers or adding a JavaScript solution to calculate the value needed to apply it as inline style. using calc for generative color palettes. We can extend the capability of calc by passing CSS in CSS custom properties. An example of this being very useful in creating consistent color palette using HSL, which stands for hue, saturation, and lightness. Given values for saturation, lightness, and the starting hue, we can calculate complementary value to build a full palette. Because of this commonality among the saturation and lightness value, the palette will feel cohesive. Сплоченный. Color, base hue, saturation, lightness, rotation. Color padding, background color, hue calc var, base hue plus rotation. Nice. Practical purpose of clamp: setting boundaries on the range of acceptable values. The clamp function takes 3 values and order matters. The first is the lowest value in your range, the middle is your ideal value, and the third is the highest value in your range. An area you may have already encountered the use of clamp is for fluid typography. The essential concept is that the font size value can fluidly adjust based on the viewport size. This is intended to prevent large headlines triggering overflow or taking up too much of the viewport. Where you may have already encountered the use of clamp is for fluid typography. The essential concept is that the font size value can fluidly adjust based on the viewport size. This is intended to prevent large headlines triggering overflow or taking up too much of the viewport. A very basic definition for a fluid H1 style. Relative responsive padding with clamp. Another example can be seen in my demo for small CSS and a responsive padding. The interesting thing about using percentages for padding is that it is relative to the elements width. This means it is a bit like a container relative unit, which we can use similar to how another example can be seen in my demo. The interesting thing about using percentages for padding is that it is relative to the elements width. This means it's a bit like a container relative unit, which we can use similar to how you might think of view width. The example from uses the following padding definition, where the padding will grow and shrink relative to the element's width. It will never be less Так. You may have realized this again removes some scenarios where you might have previously reached from media queries. instead of micromanaging this spacing or worrying about strictly adhering to a pixel ramp. You can set up sensible guidelines for a responsive transition. The most significant benefits here versus media query is that since this padding definition is element relative, it will be larger when the element has more space on the page and smaller if, for example, it's placed in a narrow column. This would take a lot of coordination with media query based utility classes. Practically purpose of min setting boundaries on the maximum allowed value in a way that encompasses the responsive context of an element. That's right. Despite being the min function, the outcome is that the provided values will act as a maximum allowed value for the property. Given with min, the outcome is that on a larger viewport, the 80 inches will be selected because it is the smaller value of the two options. Yet it acts like a maximum based on the contextually available space. Once the viewport shrinks, 100 view port width will be used because it is computed as smaller than 80 inches. Yet it's actually providing maximum boundary for the element's width. The modern CSS container class. This example just provided is my preferred way to define a container with a tiny tweak. The min function allows nested basic mass operations, which means that we can flip to subtracting some space as a swap for defining left and right padding as follows. Larger viewports element can grow to max of 80 inches, and once the viewport shrinks below that width, it will be allowed to grow to. This definition effectively produces one rem of padding on either side of the elements. In the example, you could also swap to 100% instead of view width to make the element width responsive with a parent container as used for this demo. Really none. Ugh. Oil. The inch unit is equal to the width of the zero character given all current font properties at the time it is applied. This makes it an excellent choice for approximating line length for a better reading experience, for example. What's the benefit? Responsive sizing without the need for media queries. It seems to be a common theme for these functions. The main function is my most used of the math functions. Let's look at some more amazing upgrades to practical scenarios. Anytime you would like to size an element responsively, min can be a great choice. For example, I explored using min to control sizing an avatar within the common threads in modern. In the avatar example, when it is up applying three values with different units. Um, and min. Another way to read this is that the avatar size will not exceed one of those values at any given time, with the browser selecting whichever is the minimum computed value. And to read this is that the avatar size will not exceed one of those values at any given time. Definition work out to never have an avatar larger than 64 pixels. Particularly in the zoom scenario, the 10 viewport width helps the size feel more relative, and the 15% helps keep the size relative to the element, which may have a more visual appealing result before the 10 VW applies. Using min within other properties. TSS math functions can be used in most properties that allow a numeric value. One unique place to use them is within background size. Why? Perhaps you're supplying layered effects of a background color and an image. And rather than using the cover size value, which would make the image fill the space, you would like to cap the growth of the image. This is a perfect place to bring in min. Consider the following example, where min is used to ensure the image doesn't exceed 600 pixels, while being allowed to respond down with the element by also setting 100 pixels. In other words, it will grow up to 600 pixels and then resize itself down to match the element's width when it's less than 600 pixels. Вот тут оно уже. Я понял. Прикольно. Practical purpose of max: setting boundaries on the minimum allowed value in a way that encompasses я забыл, что это. Охватывает the responsive context of an element. Yep, max is the opposite of min, so now we are setting up definition for the minimum allowed values. Let's get right to the examples. Contextual margins with max. After learning about the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines for Reflow, which states that the user should be able to use Zoom to magnify your site to 400%, I noted that pixels and RAMs become a subpar units in that context. Given the desktop size of 1280 пикселей at 400% zoom, your content is equivalent to a device at 320 pixels. However, versus a mobile phone, the orientation is still landscape. A viewport of this size means a much reduced area to read and perform actions. Additionally, size that seemed appropriate for a phone becomes a lot large contextually when viewing in a zoomed window. Fortunately, Max gives us one way to, in particular, handle margins more gracefully. I avoid pixel values for everything in my personal work, and usually prefer RAM for smaller spaces. But for larger spaces intended to separate content sections, I use the following, which allows relative growth for tall viewports and reduced distance for shorter viewports, which also applies to zoomed viewports. Так. On the tall viewports, 8 VH will be used. On a smaller or zoomed in viewports, 2 RAM will be used. I encourage you to try this out and spend time testing across viewports, devices, and without zooming into your layout. This technique is a small upgrade that can make a significant difference for the end user. Review and prevent browser zoom on inputs in iOS with Max. Have you ever experienced forced browser zoom once you focused a form input on iOS? This consequence will happen for any input that has a font size less than 16 pixels. Here's the fixer originally linked with full credit to where one RAM could be swapped with a SAS variable or a CSS custom property. This use of max ensures that regardless of another value provided, the font size will be at least 16 pixels and therefore prevent the forced browser zoom. Relative focus outlines with max. Accessible target sizes with max. The term target size comes with our target refers to the area that will receive a pointer event. In the upcoming version, which has a minimum size of 44 pixels. For this guideline, consider buttons that only use icons, or the avatar from our early example that links to a profile, or perhaps a dual action button where a drop-down arrow is a separate action from the primary button control. Короче, наебало тушить соевое мясо — это бред. В плане, типа, никаких 40 грамм белка ты не получишь. Она всю воду впитала и развалилась. Жесть, у меня ничего не разваливалось. Но ты, наверное, много воды добавил. И уж когда ты 10 минут отварил, его нужно выжать вот так вот руками, взять и выжать всю воду. И я когда на сковородке его тушил, то я просто, все, что было на сковородке из жидкости, это масло и соевый соус. И у меня, они целые остались. Consider buttons that only use icons, or the avatar from our early example that links it to a profile, or perhaps a dual action button or action. In these instances, we can use max similarly to when we provide a guardian to prevent input zooming. We'll set 44 pixels as one of the values with max, so that at minimum that is the element size. It should be noted that this is criterion also considers the space around the element, which is combined with the element's actual size is at least 44 pixels. Then the criterion is passed successfully. As with all of these techniques, be sure to test with your actual product and with real users. Using max as a fallback for CSS aspect ratio. Another way I have used max is to set an image height when using aspect ratio to enable an acceptable experience for browsers that do not yet support that property. You can see the following sample fully in use for the you can see the following sample fully in use. Mm-hmm. Right. When supported, use aspect ratio. Okay. The following shows an example for applying multiple CSS math functions to all responsive sizing across several properties. Note the comments alongside the demonstrated code. Main H2 review так responsively cap width responsively all the greater distance and taller viewports. Margin top. Responsively adjust border with relative to fluid type size. Жестко. Жестко. What are four CSS math functions we covered above? Min, max, clamp, и calc. How do we use CSS math function in our CSS? Название функции, скобочки и значения. How can CSS functions help make websites and applications more responsive? Help make websites and application more responsive. Как они могут сделать более отзывчивыми? Ну, тем способом, что нам не нужно будет использовать медиа QRI для разных разрешений. И с помощью этих функций мы можем задавать размеры элементам, которые автоматически будут подстраиваться под измененный экран. Вот так вот мы можем это использовать. Custom properties. Да, много читать. Okay. Custom properties. Сейчас я вернусь. Custom properties, also known as CSS variables, can be really useful for powerful tool when writing our CSS files. In short, they allow us to reference a CSS value, however many times we want throughout the file. By using custom properties instead of having to update every single instance of a specific value. This shade of red is too light. Let's change the shade on all 7 of those selectors. We only need to update a single instance, the custom property itself. Not only that, but custom properties can help us keep colors consistent throughout the project, something that will be really helpful as project gets larger. We can even redefine custom properties under different contexts, which is incredibly useful for creating themes, such as the dark and the light themes you see on many websites these days. You'll learn how to declare a custom property. You'll learn how to access a custom property in a rule declaration. The syntax for declaring and accessing a custom property is really simple and not too different from how we write normal rule declarations. Так. Мгм. Понял. That's it. First, we declare our custom properties with double hyphen, followed by the case-sensitive hyphen separated property name. Color error text wouldn't be the same as the use of single hyphens to separate words is very important here because spaces are not valid. Then we can store any valid CSS value in our newly declared custom property, whether it's be a simpler color value, shorthand values, or even a more complex function. Just to give you a few examples, when we want to access a custom property, when we use the var function and the value of CSS property, and then place our custom property inside of the parentheses, including the double hyphen at the beginning. Fallback values. The var function. The var function actually accepts two parameters. The first parameter we have already gone over, which is the custom property we want to assign. The second parameter is an optional fallback value. When the fallback value is provided in addition to a custom property, the fallback value will be used if the custom property is invalid or hasn't been declared yet. We can even pass in another custom property as a fallback, which can have its own fallback value as well. Жестко. In the above example, our background color property would have a value of black, and our color property would have a value of white. If the color text custom property was invalid or didn't exist, the fallback to our fallback would take over and the color property would have a value of yellow. In the first example above, you may have noticed that we declared and then accessed our custom properties within the same declaration block. This is because the scope of a custom property is determined by the selector. This scope includes the selector the custom property was declared for, as well as any descendants of that selector. If you're familiar with how scope works in JavaScript, this sort of behavior should feel a little similar. Scope includes the selector the custom property was declared for, as well as any descendants of that selector. If you're familiar with how scope works in JavaScript, this sort of behavior should feel a little similar. In the example below, only the element with the cool paragraph class would get styled with a red background, since it's a descendant of the element where our custom property is declared. Only the element with the cool paragraph. Class would get styled with red background, since it's a descendant of the element where our custom property is declared. Mhm. Okay. Uh, while there may be times where you still want to limit the scope of a custom property, you may want to be able to use other custom properties on many unrelated selectors. One workaround would be declaring the same custom property on a bunch of selectors, but that defeats one of the purpose of using custom property in the first place: the ease of changing multiple instances of a value at once. A better solution is declaring those custom properties on the root selector, which is essentially the same thing as HTML selector, except it has a higher specificity. By declaring our custom property on the root selector, in the example above, we can access it on any other valid selector within our CSS file, since any other selector will be considered as considered a standard of the root selector. Beyond allowing us to access custom properties more globally, the root selector gives us one way to add themes to our pages. Beyond allowing us to access custom properties more globally, the root selector gives us one way to add themes to our pages. Mhm. First, we add a class, a class attribute in our HTML element so that our page has a default theme. Const root равно document.document element. Нифига себе. Const new theme root class name dark. View selector theme name. Document query selector. А, понял. Next in our CSS we create two scopes for our custom properties on the root selector, one for when our HTML. One for when our HTML element has a class of dark, and another for when it has a class of light. And our selectors then use the value of any custom properties depending on which class is currently present on our root animal. Document element, new theme, root.className, если равно dark, new theme, root class name равнен new theme. Офигеть. Giving users the ability to toggle the theme themselves is a great base. There's another option for setting a theme that you may have come across in certain sites or applications. Так. Giving users the ability to toggle the theme themselves is great. You use the ability to toggle the themes themselves is great, but there is another option for setting a theme that you may have come across in certain sites or application using the user's theme setting from their operating system or user agent, like a browser. This can be accomplished with the prefers color scheme media query, which simply checks whether a user has selected a theme preference on their OS user agent. As you view the example below, try changing the theme setting on your OS and use Engine to see how the example updates in real time. Based on your theme setting in your OS or user agent, you are now viewing this example with a dark theme. color based background, color based text, color button. Какой button тут нет? We first added custom properties on the root element outside of the media query. This gives us a default theme in case a user doesn't have a preference set on their OS or use agent, or if a browser doesn't support the media query. In this case, we're using our light theme colors as a default. Then we added a prefers color scheme media query for when a user has a dark theme set in their preferences. Well. Background color, color base BG. Color, color based text. Theme name. Using the very quickly, very helpful. Well, to manually change the theme on the to their preferred one. That said, you need to be aware of a few things when it comes to using this media query. Only dark and light are valid values for the media query, so you can't use to implement any themes beyond these two basic ones. The light value for the media query is actually for when the user has a light theme specified. The user has the light theme specified, or when they have no preference set. It doesn't allow users to change the theme themselves, which can still be important in cases where a user might want to use the theme opposite of the OS agent preferred on the one for whatever reason. Open the inspector on this page to inspect these styles and see how Odin uses some custom properties. Фига они тут понаписывали их. The inheritance of custom property section. Using CSS custom at the inheritance of custom properties. Custom properties do inherit. This means that if no value is set for a custom property, on a given element, the value of its parent is used. Properties do inherit. This means that if no value is set for a custom property on a given element, the value of its parent is used. In this case, the result of a var test are for the class 2 element 10 pixels, for the class 3 element 2em, for the class 4 10 pixels inherit from the parent, for class none element the valid value, which is the default value of any custom properties. Keep in mind that these are custom properties, not actual variables like you might find in other programming languages. The value is computed where it's needed, not stored in for use in other rules. For instance, you cannot set a property for an element and expect to retrieve its inner siblings. Descendants rule. The property is only set for the matching selector and its descendants, like any normal CSS. Function, you can define multiple fallback values when the given variable is not yet defined. This can be useful when working with custom elements. Shadow DOM. Fallback values aren't used to fix the browser compatibility if the browser doesn't support CSS custom properties. The fallback value won't help. It's just a backup for the fallback values aren't used to fix the browser compatibility. If the browser doesn't support CSS custom properties, and the fallback value won't help. It's just a backup for the browser which supports CSS custom properties to choose a different value if the given variable isn't defined or has an invalid value. The first argument to this function is the name of the custom property to be substituted. The second argument to the function is provided is a fallback value, which is used as a substituted value when the reference is invalid. The function only accepts two parameters, assigning everything following in the first comma as the second parameter. If that second parameter is invalid, the fallback will fail, for example. Not defined. Pink if my var and my background are not defined. Invalid. Include the custom property as a fallback, as seen in the second example above, is the correct way to provide more than one fallback. The technique has been seen to cause a performance issue as it takes more time to parse through the variables. Note the syntax of the fallback, like that of custom properties, allows commas. For example, defines a fallback of red, blue, and anything between the first commas and the end of the function is considered a fallback value. Okay. Okay. Так. Handling invalid custom properties. Each CSS property can be assigned a defined set of values. If you try to assign a value to a property that is outside of each CSS property can be assigned a defined set of values. If you try to assign a value to a property that is outside its set of valid values, it's considered invalid. Each CSS property can be assigned a defined set of values. If you try to assign a value to a property that is outside its set of valid values, it's considered invalid. When the browser encounters an invalid value for a normal property, it discards the value and elements are assigned the values that they would have had if the declaration simply did not exist. However, when the value of custom properties are parsed, the browser doesn't yet know where they will be used. So it must consider nearly all values as valid. Unfortunately, these valid values can be used via the var function notation in a context where they might not make sense. Properties and custom variables can lead to invalid CSS statements, leading to the new concept of valid at computed time. When the browser encounters an invalid var substitution, then the initial or inherited value of the property is used. Okay. Invalid normal properties. In this example, we attempt to apply a value of 16 pixels to the color property because this invalid CSS is discarded, and the result is as if the rule did not exist. So the previous color blue rule is applied instead, and the paragraph is blue. Valid custom properties. This example is just like the last one, except we use a custom property. As expected, the browser substitutes the value of text color in place of var, but 16 pixels is not a valid property value for color. After substitution, the property doesn't make sense. The browser handles these situations in two steps. Check if the property color is inheritable. It is, but this P doesn't have any parent with the color property set, so we move on to the next step. Set the value to its default initial value, which is black. Color blue. Подожди-ка. As expected, the browser substitutes the value of text color in place of var, but is not a valid property value for color. After substitution, the property doesn't make sense. The browser handles these situations two steps. Checks if the property color is inheritable. It is, but this P doesn't have any parent with a color property set. So we move on the next step. Set the value to default initial value, which is black. Нифига себе. To use the values of custom properties in JavaScript script, it is just like standard properties. Well, жестко на самом деле. Nice. Nice. Mm. Мгм. Мгм, мгм. Это понятно, это уже мы знаем. Все, я понял. Мгм. Да, найс. How would you declare a custom property with the name of text color? Два дэша спереди. How would you access a custom property with a name? How would you access a custom property with the name of background color var? Var и background color. Ну, два дэша и background color. Да. Where would you declare a custom property to have its scope be global and accessible by all other selectors in root selector? Where would you declare a custom property so that the user's theme setting from their OS or browser was taken into account? You declare a custom property so that the user theme setting from their OS or browser was taken into account. In media, блин, как он называется? Media prefers color scheme. Не то нажал. Окей. Так, обеденный перерыв. Я хочу кушать. Я хочу кушать. О, position. Nice. Браузер compatibility еще сегодня пройдем. О, вот это топ, вот это посмотрим. Вот это посмотрим. Все, скоро вернусь.
Thank you.
Стэн Ри, спасибо за фоллоу. Добро пожаловать. У нас обеденный перерыв. Посмотрим безумие телеигр. Я, кстати, один раз в этом шоу выиграл. Правда, тот эпизод не вышел. Да-да. Я откопал свой старый сайт. Сейчас залил ее, хочешь взглянуть? Давай. Nice. Он более-менее норм сделал. Хорош. Это твой самый первый сад? Жесть. Ну и кал. Это тренировочный сайт. Да, один из первых. Не помню точно, какой был первый. Понял. Как она посмела? Угу. Я заметил. Чел легенда просто. Ничего себе. Я уверен, что то подстава была. По-любому то подстава. Подставной чел подсказал. Мудил. По-любому. Ой. Стих. О, все. Найс. Прикольный выпуск. Так, что я хотел? У нас browser compatibility. Ой, compatibility. As you continue your web developer journey, it is important to keep in mind that the end user of your work might be using a variety of browsers, from Internet Explorer, Firefox, and Safari, to name a few. At the time, the number of users using mobile operating system is growing rapidly, therefore you should also consider the mobile versions of different browsers. You should understand browser compatibility and its history, know how new CSS features make their way into browsers, know how to check for compatibility. The history of modern browsers, of modern browsing began back in December of 1990 with the release of a World Web Browser. It was written by Tim Berners-Lee while working for the European Nuclear Research Agency known as CERN. It was later renamed to Nexus to avoid confusing with the World Wide Web. Nexus was the first of its kind and allowed users to view basic style sheets, read newsgroups, and even had spell check. It might not seem like a lot today, but at the time it was truly groundbreaking. The release of Nexus was just the beginning, though, as in the next decade, people witnessed the first release of browsers such as Mosaic browser, which quickly gained popularity and quickly became the most popular browser in the globe. From there, the growth of the World Wide Web exploded with the release of Opera and Netscape Navigator browsers. In 1995, the world got introduced to the first version of Internet Explorer, which became the dominant player in the market. At some point, Internet Explorer was used by more than 90% of all users. To counter this dominance, Netscape launched what would become Mozilla Foundation, which develops and maintains Firefox. Soon after that, in 2003, Apple launched Safari, and in 2008, Google launched Chrome. You're most likely familiar with most, if not all, these names. There is a lot of competition among the old browsers still to this day, even though Chrome and Chromium is the main player in the market. Source Web Browser project, mainly developed and maintained by Google. What is browser compatibility? Today, it is possible to imagine the web without. It is possible to imagine the web without the use of the browsers. We have witnessed a shift from standalone application to HTML5 and progressive web apps to allow application to fully function without the browser. For example, Microsoft Word and Excel for the longest time could only be executed via standalone application. Так. It is impossible to imagine the web without the use of browsers. We have witnessed a shift from standalone applications to HTML5 and progressive web apps that allow applications to fully function within the browser. For example, Microsoft Word and Excel for the longest time could only be executed via a standalone application. Now you can utilize this application through any browser without the need to install any files. As companies compete for the market share, different browsers are using different engines to display information on the web page. For example, Chrome and Chromium utilize a Blink, while Safari uses WebKit. Ага, вот оно что. Because of these differences, your application may behave different in the browser. Due to Chrome dominance, the vast majority of applications are designed to work smoothly in Chromium, and providing as good of performance as the other browsers is secondary. As good of performance in other browsers is secondary. For your web development project to have a broader reach, you must make sure that you're testing your web application against other browsers which are most likely to be used by the users. Chrome, Safari, Firefox, and other Chromium-based browsers, Microsoft Edge, Brave, etc. And the more common among regular users, but you might find you need to support less common ones, like Internet Explorer, as well, depending on the user base or the company you work for. For Chromium browsers, it is if it works in Chrome, it should work in other related browsers as well. World Wide Web Consortium. Вот оно что значит. А чё, World Wide Web Consortium не могли что-то покрасивее сделать? Какой-то свой сайт, ну, более стилевый. Is an authority behind developing web standards to maximize accessibility and consistency of the web experience. W3C is also an authority to develop new features in the CSS. This closely collaborative approach with the web as a community as well as the companies developing the web browsers. When the web browsers such as Nexus and Netscape were released, there was no such organization as with W3C to help create more compatibility. Your application could look and function differently in each browser. Even worse, your application could have been completely unusable. Web developers had to make specific adjustments for each browser. And not every developer had enough resources to make that work for everyone. Today, as the standards around the web evolve and change, the web developers begin immediately new features in their code base. The browser must provide support for those new features. If the user experience is impacted by the lack of support in the browser, the user might find their way to the competitor. Within your browser, application could have completely unusable. Make specific adjustments for each browser, and not every developer had enough resources. Today, as the standards around the web evolve and change, and web developers begin immediately new features in their code base, the browsers must provide support for those new features. If the user experience is impacted by a lack of support in the browsers, the user might find their way to competitor. When is it safe to use new features? As exciting as it is to implement new features, there is a risk of rushing. It would not be a positive experience for users to find that, for example, your application used to work well in Firefox, but due to the change in the code base, it is now unusable in Firefox but works well in Safari. Thankfully, there is a tool that can help you prevent this situation. CanIUse is a great resource to help you validate if new features are supported by the browsers. It provides statistics on which browsers and platforms are supporting new technologies, and even which versions of the browser support specific features. It's generally good advice to implement new features when they are supported by the most common browsers. This way, you're less likely to encounter an issue that a lot of users will face. Can I use what? Что мне писать? Provides the ability to remove the vertical space appearing above below text glyphs, allowing more precise position and alignment. Nice. uh, it is generally good advice to implement mobile browsers. Traditionally, the web was desktop computer first. The application was successful if it worked well in desktop browsers. But as smartphones has become more popular, each year more and more users are using mobile devices in their main facing device. In some areas of the world, mobile users are vast majority. Mobile devices mostly consist of smartphones and tablets. The most popular mobile operating systems are Android and Apple's iOS. As you're developing your application, you must also consider whether your application should be fully mobile compatible. There are a couple of specifics about mobile browsers that you need to keep in mind. On iOS and iPadOS, Safari is technically the only supported browser. Yes, you can install Chrome and or Firefox, and you can even set them as a default, but they are not full browsers. They are still using the Safari rendering engine, WebKit. Therefore, if your web application to work, for your web application to work for the Apple users, you have to ensure support for WebKit and other technologies used in Safari. It is important to remember the mobile browser are not one-to-one with their desktop counterparts. A project that works in the desktop version of Safari might still need adjustment to work properly on the mobile version of the same browser. Another consideration for mobile browsers is the magnitude of different screen sizes. It is virtually impossible to have every physical device available to test, and thankfully browsers provide a way to emulate other devices. The important piece to remember is that when, for example, you emulate iPhone in Chrome, all that you are emulating is a screen size. Keep in mind that any specific consideration of the operating system will not be reproducible. Which means means that even though everything functions well in Chrome, when emulating a device, it could behave differently on the actual phone or tablet. Okay. All technologies you have encountered so far supported by popular browsers. Function allows the browser to display colors in any color space, such as the P3 color space, which can display colors outside of the... Нифига себе. I read this article about browsers on iOS. Safari is only browser on iOS devices. I don't mean it's the only browser that ships with iOS devices. I mean that's the only browser that can be installed on iOS device. You can install something called Chrome. You can install something called Firefox. Those aren't different web browsers. Under the hood, they're using Safari's rendering engine. They have to. The App Store doesn't allow other browsers to be listed. The apps called Chrome and Firefox are little more than skinned versions of Safari. Вот суки, дайте Apple, вот суки. Паскуды. If you're a web developer, there are two possible reactions to hearing this. One is the everyone knows that. The other is what I never knew that. If you fall into the first category, I'm guessing you have been a web developer for a while. The fact that Safari is the only browser on iOS devices is something you have known for years and something you assume everyone else knows. It's common knowledge, right? But if you're relatively new to web development, heck, if you have been doing web development for half a decade, you might fall into the second category. After all, why would anyone tell you that Safari is the only browser on iOS? It's common knowledge, right? So that's the situation. Safari is the only browser that can run on iOS. The obvious follow-on question is why. Apple at the point will respond with something about safety and security. Bullshit. Which are certainly important properties. So let me rephrase the question why or on iOS. Why can I install Chrome or Firefox or Edge on my MacBook running macOS? If there are safety or security reasons for preventing me from installing those browsers on my iOS devices, why don't those same concerns apply to my macOS device? At one time, the mobile operating system iOS was quite different to the desktop operating system OS X. Over time, the gap has narrowed. At this point, the operating system are converging. Пересекаются, типа? Сходящиеся. That makes sense. An iPhone, an iPad, and the MacBook aren't all that different apart from the form factor. It makes sense. The computing devices from the same company would share an underlying operating system. This convergence, сужение, continues, the browser question is going to have to be decided in one direction or the other. As it is, Apple's laptops and desktops strongly encourage you to install software from their App Store, though it is still possible to install software by other means. Perhaps they will decide that their laptops and desktops should only be able to install software from the App Store, a decision they could justify with safety and security concerns. Imagine that situation. You buy a computer that comes with one web browser pre-installed. You can install a different web browser on your computer. You would instead it. I mean, Microsoft got fined for anti-competitive behavior when they pre-bundled their web browser with Windows. Pre-bundled their web browser with Windows back in 90s. It could still install. You could still install other browsers, but just the act of pre-bundling was seen as an abuse of power. Imagine if Windows never allowed you to install Netscape Navigator. And yet that's exactly the situation in 2020. You buy a computing device from Apple. It might be a MacBook, it might be an iPad, it might be an iPhone, but you can only install your choice of web browser devices for now. But you can only install your choice of web browser on one of these devices for now. It is contradictory, it hypocritical, it is indefensible. Read more about history of web browsers. Take a look at this comprehensive primer on browsers and rendering engines. Можно что-то покороче? Столько читать. Mozilla. Нифига себе. Картинки лучше посмотрим. Вот он. Safari. Google. Google Chrome steals the show. The first news about Microsoft's successor to Internet Explorer started appearing in media outlets in late 2014. Nicknamed Project Spartan Edge was meant to become the company's clean slate in the broader market. Fast, simple, powerful, it had everything to shine. The new browser was officially unveiled. The Microsoft Build conference. Edge was advertised as the browser built for doing with building, note taking, and sharing. Reading pane for no distraction and integration with Cortana. The browser took a bite of Chromium open source heritage and underwent a major overhaul, effectively becoming yet another web product built using Google Tech. By the end of the September 2020, Edge and IE held slightly over. Печально. Как же Microsoft страдают из-за своего Internet Explorer. Net Captor. Жесть, вкладки снизу были. Прикол. Microsoft Internet Explorer. How browser work. Хуя себе. Не, я не хочу это читать. Чё за бред? Чё мне тут CSS урок проведут или чё? What is the most used browsers currently? Chrome, Safari, Safari, Opera, Firefox, Edge. What was the original name of the first web browser? Какой-то кал. Nexus. How are mobile browsers different on Apple mobile operating system from Android? В том, что на iOS браузер это просто типа скин на Safari. Frameworks and preprocessors. Okay. At this point, you have written quite a bit of vanilla HTML CSS and learned many design techniques that you will continue to use as you grow as a developer. Through your experience, you have no doubt encountered the CSS framework or two. You may have also learned about preprocessors, aka precompilers. Both of those types of tools can make writing CSS more streamlined and less tedious. You should be aware that at this point in your learning, both frameworks and this point in your learning, both frameworks and preprocessor are options for you. But that neither of them is necessary. An important reason to know about frameworks and preprocessors is that they are commonly found in a workplace. In addition, many job requirements include Bootstrap, SAS, and related technology, so it's helpful for you to know what these tools are and where to look for them once you have determined you need to learn them. Know that a CSS framework is, know some of the available frameworks, know what a preprocessor is, know some of the available preprocessors. Frameworks overview. Frameworks like Bootstrap and Tailwind do a lot of the heavy lifting and packaging up commonly used CSS code for you. Even icons and interactions like menu drop downs. They are designed to abstract away the process of coding intuitive, reusable, and responsive elements. A CSS framework is ultimately just a bundle of CSS that you can use and access using the classes defined by the framework. For example, many frameworks provide a class called beta m that will add all the needed styles to your buttons without you having to write any CSS. In general, all you have to do to use the framework is understand how it expects you to lay out your site and which classes is to use and which classes it uses to designate its particular batch of styles. You should be aware that there are quite a few frameworks available to those to choose from. Two other frameworks to know about are Bulma and Foundation. There are many more out there. Media screen root. Brand using Foundation. Çörelim. Mhm. Mm. Frameworks. Disadvantages of frameworks. Frameworks are great for rapidly producing sites with interface that the end user can easily interact with. However, once you have taken a tour through some of the more popular frameworks, you will start noticing an awful lot of similarities between a lot of sites you encounter due to similar use of frameworks. In addition to that issue, too many new developers also jump into the learning frameworks too early in their education. The prospect of not having to practice right vanilla CSS is very tempting. As a result, many developers do not get enough CSS practice under their belts to solidify the fundamentals of this very important language. Additionally, the process of overriding a framework styling or debugging style issues on your page becomes very difficult if you haven't really mastered CSS fundamentals. It is imperative to understand what a framework is doing under the hood, so that you're equipped to handle these issues later. And trust us. And trust us, you will have to. Ultimately, frameworks can help you get uh, up and running quickly, but they can constrain you in the long run. И constrain это у нас ограничить. And once you have started browsing using framework, it can be difficult to remove it. So whether or not you use frameworks for projects in the future, it's up to you, and maybe up to your employer as well. Preprocessors overview. Preprocessor, aka precompilers, are languages that help you write CSS more easily. They reduce code repetition and provide all sorts of time-saving and code-saving features. A few examples. Preprocessors allow you to write loops, join multiple style sheets, and nest classes. CSS preprocessor are extensions to vanilla CSS that provide you some extra functionality, such as nesting, mixins, and variables. When you run the processor, it takes your code and when you run the processor, it takes your code and turns it into vanilla CSS that you can import into your project. Preprocessors do have some unique and helpful tools, but many of their most helpful features have been implemented in vanilla CSS, so it might not be worth to overhead of learning one unless you think you really need these features. Some of the standard preprocessors in use are SAS, LESS, and Stylus. Так. SAS. Think of variables as a way to store information that you want to reuse throughout your style sheet. You can store things like color, font, tag, or any CSS value you think you will want to reuse. Let's use the $$ symbol to make something a variable. Here's an example. Color. Так, поубирали эти штуки. Да и ладно. When writing HTML, you probably notice that it has a clear nested and visual hierarchy. CSS, on the other hand, doesn't. CSS will let you nest your CSS selectors in a way that follows the same visual hierarchy of your HTML. Be aware that overlay nested rules will result in overqualified CSS that could prove hard to maintain and is generally considered bad practice. Needs a hero, or we could omit braces. Что все так рвется с этих braces? По-моему, топ-тема. Типа, сразу понятно, где что. Что происходит? CSS frameworks are tools used by your developers to make their job easier rather than reinventing the wheel each time a new project comes up. Frameworks give developers the tools to quickly spin up user interfaces that can be tweaked and iterated on throughout the project instead of spending time starting from a blank document. They're also useful in large teams and help those of us that needs to create a theme for use in more than one project. Oftentimes, however, CSS frameworks websites are a little ambitious to complete beginners. Filled with buzzwords and descriptions that only more senior developers will catch onto. And it's difficult for beginners to tell when and which framework they should start learning. In its simplest form, a CSS framework is a collection of CSS style sheets that are prepared and ready to use. They are tailored for use in common situations, like setting up navbars, and they are often expanded upon by other technologies such as SAS and JavaScript. Think of it like a college giving you a complete CSS style sheet for a home page, like a college giving you a complete CSS style sheet for a home page. You're setting up. Basically, you need to do is to written up your HTML with the appropriate structure, classes, and IDs, and you're off to the races. However, instead of that style sheet being specifically for the home page you're working on, it's ready to accommodate the general standard of home page, having classes for things commonly found on other home pages. This allows you to quickly set up web pages without having to deep dive into some CSS, saving a bunch of times. Time savings aren't the only benefit gained by using CSS frameworks. Teams with multiple developers, especially larger ones, can really appreciate the standards that frameworks bring to the table. Instead of each developer bringing their own flavor of class names to the project, frameworks standardize layouts and allow one developer to easily read another developer's code. This saves time but also allows for a smoother development cycle with less bugs and easier team communication. If you have ever been thrown into the deep end of a nearly complete project and told to fix up the UI, you know the pain that frameworks can alleviate. Преподнести, да, типа? Облегчить. You know the pain. Угу. Облегчить. Ну да. Да-да-да. Облегчить. It is important to remember that jumping right into framework as a newbie isn't recommended. Sometimes folks just want to get started as quickly as they can, and they see frameworks as a way to jumpstart their goals. While that's true for spinning up projects, can be harmful to your long-term career, as you would be missing out on learning the basic skills that can be applied across the board. For example, by learning CSS in its pure form, first, you can easily search a framework's documentation for how to do most of the things you were doing with pure CSS. It also allows you to easily identify issues within your syntax that can lead to easy customization when you need to tweak the framework you're using. On the flip side, if you jump right into something like Bootstrap, you would be setting yourself up for learning Bootstrap's way of laying things out and how they structure their classes. If you jump right into something like Bootstrap, you would be setting yourself up for learning Bootstrap's a way of laying things out and how they structure their classes. While you would be insanely fast at spinning up a UI in Bootstrap using pure CSS or even another framework will often stump you, and you won't have the pure CSS knowledge to help problem solve and troubleshoot. To be clear, this is my opinion on the matter. Many UI developers have started using frameworks straight away and were able to expand their skills beyond the ones they started with. If you think you're ready to start using CSS frameworks, there are a lot of there to choose from. Having used a few myself with varying degrees of experience, I can say that they're extremely useful. This is especially true if you choose the right one of your given use case. In my next piece, I'll be discussing how to choose which framework is right for you, and we'll be going over the three that I have used: Bootstrap, Tailwind, and Materialize. Okay, pawn, which considers the props and cons of using frameworks with CSS grid. Блять. or CSS grid? What should I use for my project? The web developer, writer, and speaker. She is the author of a number of books. Have you ever considered whether CSS grid can actually replace the need for CSS frameworks? Have you ever considered whether CSS grid can actually replace the need for CSS frameworks or third-party components libraries? In doing so, uh, among the question I most frequently asked is some variety of the question: should I use CSS grid or Bootstrap? Что такое CSS grid? Это типа... Ну, как-то прикольно они рассказывают сначала pros and cons, что использовать. А, Но не сначала не объяснили, что такое вообще гриды. This second will take a look at the question. You will discover that the reason for using frameworks are varied, and not simply centered around the use of grid system containing I hope that by unpacking these reasons, I can help you to make your own decision in terms of what is best for the sites and application that you are working on, and also for the team you work with. In this article, when I talk about framework, I'm describing a third-party CSS framework such as Bootstrap and Foundation. You might argue this are really component libraries, but many people, including their own docs, would describe them as frameworks so that it what we will use here. The important factor is that these are something developed externally to you without referencing to your specific issues. The alternative to using a third-party framework is to write your own CSS. That might involve developing your own internal framework using a branch of common files as a starting point, or creating every project as a new thing. All these things are done in reference to your own specific needs and generic ones. The question of whether to use grids or framework is fluid. As CSS grid is not a drop-in replacement for the things that CSS framework does, any exploration of the subject needs to consider what of our framework CSS grid is going to replace. I want to start by finding out why people had chosen to use a CSS framework at all, so I turn to Twitter and post this tweet. There are a lot of responses as I expected. These are far more reasons to use a framework than simply grid systems that it contains. A framework gives your team ready-made documentation. If you are working on a project with a number of other developers, then any internal system you create will need to also include documentation to help your team members use it effectively. Creating useful documentation is time-consuming, skilled work in itself, and something that big frameworks do very well. Frameworks documentation come up again and again with many experienced front-end developers chipping in and explaining this is why they would recommend and use a CSS framework. I sometimes hear the option. I sometimes hear the opinion that people are using frameworks because they don't really know CSS. Many of people relying, however, are well known to me as expert CSS developers. I'm sure that they are sometimes frustrated by the choices made by the framework. However, the positive aspects of the choice outweigh that. When you decide to use a particular tool, you also gain a community of users to ask for help, unless you have a very clear CSS issue and produce a reduced use case to demonstrate it. Asking for help with CSS can be difficult. It is especially so if you want to ask how to approach building a certain components. Using a framework can give you a straight point for your question. Or start a particular component rather than starting from scratch. This is an easier thing to ask as well as an easier thing to answer. Despite the fact that we have CSS Grid, many people replied that the main reason they decided to use a framework was for the grid system. Of course, many of these projects may have been started a long time before CSS Grid was available. Even today, however, concerns about backwards compatibility on term or team understanding of newer layout methods might cause people to decide to use a framework rather than adopting native CSS. La la. Binary, to use the framework. Among positive reasons, difficult to overriding framework code. All websites end up looking the same. Можно заголовки посчитать. But having a unique design and efficient CSS very much lower priority than will in general make it far quicker to, in particular, if that project fits very well with the way the framework does things and doesn't need a lot of customization. Use fundamental backend admin system for sites or application in a case where you simply need to create a few admin screens. A framework can save a lot of time styling form fields and other components. There are even dashboards, themes for Bootstrap and foundations and can give a help starting point. Nice. I'm not a designer. This point is the reason I have opted for CSS framework in the past. I'm not a designer, and if I have to both design and build something, I would spend a long time trying to make design decisions I'm entirely unqualified to make. It would be lovely to have the funds to hire a designer for every side project. However, I don't, and so a framework might mean difference between shipping the thing and not. Bugs and browser compatibility. Mentioned less then I thought it might be was the fact that framework author would already have dealt with browser issues. be that due to actual bugs or lack of support for certain features. However, this was still a factor in the decision making for many people. This came up a few times. Difficult for me to decide breakpoints for web pages. People were opting for frameworks specifically due to the fact it was responsive, or that I made a decision about breakpoints for them. And though I thought it interesting that this specifically was something called out as a factor in choosing to use framework. If you're considering replacing your framework or starting out one, uh, understand which part of the framework you need. And despite what people might try to have you believe, there is no universal right or wrong answer. There is only what is right or wrong for your project. I hope this article and the many responses to my original question might give you some things to discuss as you ponder that question. Remember that the answer will change over time. It might be useful though. It might be useful thought experiment not to only consider what you need right now in terms of initially doing the development for this site, but consider the lifespan of this site. Do you accept this still to be around in 5 years? Will your choice be a positive or negative one then? Document your decision, don't be afraid to revisit them, and do ensure that you and your team maintain your skills outside of any framework that you decide to use. That way you will be in a good place to move. This should look okay. Which gives you an overview of SAS lesson styles. Read this brief article. And for balance, read this list of disadvantages using preprocessors. Бляха, тут много читать. Бля, пиздец. Хотя тут много картинок больших, так что нормально. Тут немного текста. CSS preprocessor SAS. It's been a while since the concept of CSS preprocessor made its debut into mainstay of front end web development workflow and changed the way we code CSS. To say that its impact in pushing the limits of what CSS can achieve has been nothing short of a revolutionary would be a grave understatement. To all the front end developers actively arguing around the database SAS with less in their projects, I can only hope that your neck isn't sore from nodding an agreement. Типа, не устала? Больная. It would be it would be unfathomable To go back to the days without Sass, stuck in the messy quagmire of vanilla CSS code, which often provide difficult to manage and organize as you scale up. Yet quite a lot of beginners and even some experienced developers are doing a great disservice to themselves by being reluctant. Что за слова чел использует? Reluctant to adopt CSS preprocessor and continue to ignore them. This article will explore what CSS preprocessor are, what are their advantages, are their features, comparing the most popular types of CSS preprocessor being used, and finally how to set them up in your project. What is CSS preprocessor? CSS in itself is devoid of complex logic and functionality, which is required to write reusable and organized code. As a result, the developer is bound by limitation and would face extreme difficulty in code maintenance and scalability, especially when working on large projects involving extensive code and multiple CSS style sheets. This is where CSS preprocessor come in their rescue. CSS preprocessor is a tool used to extend the basic functionality of default vanilla CSS through its own scripting language. It helps us to use complex logical syntax like variables, functions, make sense, code nesting, and inheritance, to name a few. Supercharging your vanilla CSS. By using CSS preprocessor, you can seamlessly automate manual tasks, build reusable code snippets, avoid code repetition and bloating, and write nested code blocks that were all organized and easy to read. However, browsers can only understand native vanilla CSS code and will be unable to interpret the CSS preprocessor syntax. Therefore, the complex and advanced preprocessor syntax needs to be first compiled into native CSS syntax, which can then be interpreted by the browsers to avoid cross-browser compatibility issues. While different preprocessors have their own unique syntaxes, eventually all of them are compiled to some native CSS code. Moving forward in the article, we will take a look at the 3 most popular CSS preprocessors currently being used by developers around the world. Sass, Less, and Styles. CSS куда делся? Sass syntactically awesome styled sheets. Sass is a acronym for Sass is not only the most popular CSS processor in the world, but also one of the oldest, launched in 2006 and later developed by Natalie Wiesenbaum. Although Sass is written in Ruby language, precompile lib Sass allows Sass to be parsed in other languages and decouple it from Ruby. Sass has a massive active community and extensive learning resources available on the net for beginners. Thanks to its maturity, stability, and powerful logical prose, Sass has established itself to the forefront of CSS preprocessor ahead of its rival peers. Sass can be written in 2 syntaxes, either using Sass or SCSS. What is the difference between these 2? Let's find out. Syntax declaration, Sass with CSS. SCSS. SCSS stands for sassy Unlike SAS, SCSS is not based on indentations. SAS extension is used as original syntax for SAS, while SCSS offers a newer syntax with SCSS extension. Unlike SAS, SCSS has curly braces and a semicolon just like CSS. Contrary to SCSS, SAS is difficult to read as it's quite deviant from SCSS, which is why SCSS is the more recommended SAS syntax, as it is easier to read and closely resembles native CSS while at the same time enjoying with power SAS. Consider the example below with SAS with CSS syntax along with compiled CSS code. SAS syntax. CSS syntax. Usage of SAS. Arguably the most popular front end framework Bootstrap is written in SAS. Up until version 3, Bootstrap was written in less, but Bootstrap 4 adopted SAS and boosted its popularity. A few of the big companies using SAS are Zipper, Uber, Airbnb, and Kickstarter. Less learner style sheets. Less an acronym for learning style sheet. It was released in 2009 by Alex Sellier, 2 years after the initial launch of SAS in 2006. While SAS is written in Ruby, Less is written in JavaScript. In fact, Less is a JavaScript library that extends the functionality of native vanilla CSS with mixins, variables. Что такое mixins? Program it into a class. SAS with Less has been a hated debate. It is no surprise that Less is the strongest competitor to SAS and has the second largest user base. However, when Bootstrap dumped Less in favor of SAS with the launch of Bootstrap 4, Less has won it in popularity. One of the few disadvantages of Less over SAS is that it does not support functions. Unlike SAS, Less uses adds to declare variables, which might cause confusion with media and keyframes. However, one key advantage of Less over SAS and Stylus or any other preprocessor is the ease of adding it in your project. You can do that either by using npm or by incorporating a Less.js file. Nice. Use Less extensions. Syntax of Less is quite similar to SCSS, with the exceptions that for declaring variables instead of $, Less uses @. Usage of Less. The popular Bootstrap framework until the launch of version 4 was written in Less. However, another popular framework called Semantic UI is still written in Less. Among the big companies using SAS are Indiegogo, Patreon, and WeChat. Stylus. The Stylus launched in 2010 by former Node.js developer TJ Holovychuk, nearly 4 years after the release of SAS and 1 year after the release of Less. The Stylus is written Node.js and fits perfectly with JS stack. The stylus was heavily influenced by logical powers of the CS and simplicity of less. Even though stylus is still popular with Node.js developers, it hasn't managed to carve out a sizable share for itself. One advantage of stylus over SAS or less is that it's armed with extremely powerful built-in functions and, of handling heavy computing. Use CSS, use syntax, Silix extensions. Silix offers a great deal of flexibility. Renting since supports native CSS as well, allows a mission of brackets, colons, and semicolons. Also note that Stylus does not use at or $sign symbol for defining variables. Instead, Stylus uses the assignment operator to indicate a variable declaration. Sure. О, nice. Это прикольно они придумали. Вот это нормально. Some network frameworks written in Stylus are Basis and Quota Suisse. Among the big companies using Stylus are Accenture, Hacker, Earth, Coursera. Popularity of CSS preprocessor. Even though native CSS advancing and moving ahead by leaps and bounds, adding support for new features like custom property variables, CSS preprocessors still enjoy widespread popularity and unwavering layout loyalty among developers, as per the popular the front end tooling survey by Ashley Nolach. A vast majority of developers are using some kind of CSS preprocessor, SAS being the pack leader, whereas developers are still sticking to writing vanilla CSS without any CSS preprocessors. It's barely a surprise that the war between SAS with less with Stylus or others clearly dominated by SAS by begging a majority of 77% share, almost 12% increase from the previous year, although less has progressed with a bigger percentage too. The raw percentage of users adopting is still pretty low. If we talk about SAS with less, Stylus popularity in 2019 is a little sluggish, with an increase of just compared to 2018. SAS, another key survey holds a similar sentiment, but offers a deeper insight on the popularity of different CSS processors far user share among processors concerned. Да пофиг. As we discussed earlier, CSS preprocessor like SAS, less, or style syntax can be interpreted by browsers. It needs to be first compiled into CSS. This can be easily done by using third-party compilers or code editor extensions mentioned below. Live SAS is one of the most popular Visual Studio Code extensions created by which not only compiles transpilers your SAS CSS file into CSS in real time, but also enables the live browsers to reload to display change automatically. The extension ensures that you never need to leave your code editor window and completely eliminates the need to. Oh, nice. No, Yeah, pre-pros. Uh, why using CSS preprocessor in every case isn't a good idea. Although CSS preprocessor like says have proved to be a handful in front and development workflow and has a long list of merits to their names. There are particular instances where you might not encounter the needs to use these preprocessors, then use them for the sake of variables. If you are planning to use SAS or some other CSS props only for the sake of variables, the native CSS can more than cater your needs. CSS custom properties are user-defined variables created using notation and accessed using var function. A custom property can be defined inside any elements, but the popular convention is to define custom properties variable globally inside root selector. One advantage of using native CSS custom property variable over SAS or less variable is that they are updated dynamically instead of after being compiled. Native CSS offers calc functions. Native CSS also offers calc functions functionality to perform calculations for a property value. Coupled with CSS custom property variable, it can prove to be quite useful. You can't gain absolute control over CSS with preprocessor. If you wish to have absolute direct control over CSS instead of relying on compiled CSS, then preprocessors might not be your cup of tea. If you're facing problems in understanding how and why a particular compiled CSS code has been generated from a preprocessor, understanding how and why a particular compiled CSS code has been generated from a preprocessor, and stick to vanilla CSS until you have a deeper understanding of how the preprocessor syntax works. CSS preprocessor aren't for everyday code deployment. If you wish to keep your code deployment ready at all times instead of constant compilation from CSS preprocessor to native CSS after each change, although using third-party preprocessing compilers like prepros or code editor extensions like can automatically compile your CSS or other preprocessor code into vanilla CSS and update changes in browser window using live code. You wish to keep your code deployment ready at all times instead of constant compiling from CSS preprocessor to native CSS after each change. Although, хотя can automatically compile. Okay, so SAS with styles, or what's your pick? The big three, SAS, less, and styles, continue to dominate the CSS preprocessor race, with SAS CSS enjoying the status of the undisputed leader in popularity, all three preprocessors have almost similar features and functionalities. Every CSS preprocessor accomplishes a given task in their own characteristic, unique way, enabling developers to use extremely powerful tools to write clean code at a blistering pace. While CSS have the largest user base and actually community, less is the easiest to compile and integrate. On the other hand, Stylus is still a popular choice for Node.js developers, as it combines an extensive logical powers of SAS with the simplicity of less. Some other CSS preprocessor that you have explored are okay. Which give you some reasons for using preprocessors. What is a preprocessor? Why should you use one? Preprocessor extends CSS with variables, separators, interpolation, functions, mixins, and many after development, the specific files are compiled into regular CSS that any browser can understand. Preprocessor help writing reusable, easily maintainable, and extensible codes in CSS. In other words, it decreases the amount of CSS code you need to write for a project. Of course, one can develop a whole project without any CSS preprocessor, but when a project gets bigger and bigger, CSS preprocessor will increase your productivity. Let's see some benefits of using CSS preprocessors. It makes your CSS code dry. Don't repeat yourself. It makes you... не понял. Large heading, font size, matte heading, large, heading, font size. Oh, nice. Nice. Вот это топ. It makes your code easier to maintain. Being able to use variables, you can define a group of values at the beginning and then reuse them throughout your project. If a value needs to be updated, you will have to update it once. Of the site's colors, usage of the variable, usage of the variables inside functions. It makes your code more organized, less, and SAS, the two main CSS preprocessors support nested definitions. This permits your code to be less repetitive, but also easier to read and understand. Less and SAS, the two main CSS preprocessors support nested definition. This permits your code to be less repetitive, but also easier to read and understand. Cool. Реально круто. Disadvantages of CSS preprocessor. CSS preprocessor have many disadvantages, but like most tools, they also have a number of drawbacks, which I will describe here. Debugging is harder. Preprocessors have a compilation step, meaning that CSS line numbers are irrelevant when trying to debug our code, but debugging is twice as hard as programming, so this alone is a huge drawback. Solution, but they need to be set up and they don't work in all browsers, particularly those where bugs often come up. Without source maps, we are left to search for rules in the hope that we find that we were looking for. Compilation slows down development. Compilation times can be really slow even when using when using the best tools on the fastest computer. You know that feeling when you refresh and don't see any changes they can produce very large CSS files. Source files may be small, but the generated CSS could be huge, which is what counts. So we need to be aware that in using CSS preprocessor we are losing some control. Maintains and over engineering. It's common to see coder authors using a red variable, for example, but this is of little value in terms of maintainability. In the color changes, if the color changes, then we need to update the name and the value, making it abstraction pointless. Not only other alternatives to variables and mixins, which we'll cover later, but a search and a replace may be all we need. Tooling, developer convenience. CSS preprocessor require extra tooling. Code authors shouldn't be forced to use a particular editor just to be able to use the tool. That's the tail wagging the dog. Also, extra stuff adds complexity. This needs to be understood, upgraded, and maintained, all of which increases cost and higher risk of problems. Saving generated files or not. Whether we should save as the generated CSS or not is something we don't agree on as a community, in which case it's time for some consequence-driven development, compatibility, and understanding. While CSS preprocessor and the workflows around them have become widespread, there is still a knowledgeable gap, particularly when it comes to understanding the trade-offs. There's a big difference between understanding a tool and using it effectively without introducing other problems. What about variables, mixins, and nestings? A solid approach to writing maintainable CSS solves most problems. In any case, we can mimic variables and mixins by using comma-delimited CSS selectors. And whilst we can repetitively qualify our selectors to mimic nesting, it's not something that makes for performance CSS. Instead, we should use a convention. Maintainable CSS. Что такое? Что за convention? Optional depending on the model in question. Here are some examples. No, you can write search results if you want to, and sometimes you might have to if for example, you're using Markdown. A good question. Here's some HTML without a prefix. There are two problems when using HTML. It's to differentiate between a module and a component, and the basket heading components will inherit styles from heading module, which is unintended side effects. It's easy to add a CSS preprocessor to the detach stack, but it's not easy to remove it down the line should we so choose. It's our responsibility to consider the impact they have on our work before making the easy decision to install one. Okay. What are some advantages of using CSS frameworks? Key advantages. В том, что тебе не нужно писать все стили, в том, что ты намного быстрее сделаешь сайт, в плане, что все за тебя уже готово, тебе просто нужно это вписать. Тебе не нужно париться по поводу compatibility, по поводу совместимости, потому что разработчики фреймворка уже все сделали. What are some disadvantages of using frameworks? Disadvantage в том, что все сайты будут выглядеть плюс-минус одинаково. Сложно что-то переписать и переделать в этом фреймворке. Если ты уже начал с ним делать, то нужно с ними заканчивать и типа сложно будет что-то свое, опять же, вписать туда. Using preprocessors. Advantages. Ну, добавляются всякие фишки по типу переменных и так далее. Немного все чище выглядит. Nesting намного интуитивнее, понятней. Что еще? Можно типа вписать целый класс и потом его просто вставлять во все последующие классы и не переписывать по 10 раз одно и то же. А disadvantages то, что его нужно компайлить и сложно дебагить. Все. Что у нас Form Basics? Окей. Будут формы на следующем стриме. Все, на сегодня с программированием все. Да, формы, validation и проект. Nice, nice. Кайф. Так, так. Что делать? Ну, что делать? Сейчас я узнаю, что делать. Ой, блин. Тут нормально сегодня поучились. Сколько? 5,5 часов. Ну, в принципе, норм. Учитывая, что это 5,5 часа просто чтения, без никаких заданий. Это жестко. Интересно, сколько это все в страницах? Сколько я вот за это все время прочитал в страницах именно текста? Вот это было бы ультра интересно узнать. Так. Ну, пойдем Мортхау тогда. Пойдем Мортхау. Или не пойдем? Значит, вообще даже не знаю, чем заняться теперь. Так. Ой, куда я зашел? Почему страшно быть мужчиной? А есть этот видос? Я хочу узнать, почему страшно быть мужчиной. А, я хотел посмотреть. А, это я уже смотрел. Точно, там ничего. Ничего на самом деле страшного нет. Мистер Бист какой же чел жесткий просто. Давайте мистер Бина посмотрим. Это же классика. Вот это мув. Вот это жесткий мув, я считаю. Хорош засейвил. Ох, я гнида. Реально, гнидский поступок. А вот реально, зачем зеркало стоит в отделе с этими, с полотенцами? Чё смешного-то, я не понимаю, чё смеются? Ну, нормально. Ну, чел затестил, чё? Ну, в чем прикол? О, рабочий. Да, тот это вообще не ощущается. Что за бред, боже. То-то это реально не чувствуется, что тебе... Это вообще нереалистично. Не смешно даже. Да, застряла рука в кармане, да, так я и поверю. Да ультра не смешно. Чё за бред? Хотя в детстве я прям... Мне прям Мистер Бин ультра нравился. Я прям угорал с него. Вот. Эту серию я помню тоже тупая такая. Кошелек топовый, кстати. Кошелек ультра крутой. Ой, зря он так деньги положил. Он же... Официант же подумает, что это чаевые. Блять, мразь. На самом деле не смешно. Это вот настолько же человек реально одинокий. Вот как же его жалко на самом деле. Он чисто свой день рождения сам празднует. Ай. Жесть, челу тупо сырую фигню принесли. Но на этом я буду заканчивать. Всем спасибо, кто был.